No.
You're not focused properly.
Yeah. Just throw away your phone.
This time it will be formal.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
He thought to put a shawl for Padma. Thank you. That is for him.
Thank you. Thank you.
I invite Dr. Aruna to say a few things. Thank you all for joining, and I thank the Samuelson, Mr. Samuelson, Padma Vasudevan, Jayaramaiah. Thank you all for joining here.
Professor Arunan, come into the view of the camera.
That's why I had a little bit unfocused it.
Yeah. Now it's better. Yeah. Now you are in the camera, candid camera.
Okay, thank you all for joining, including our guests of honor today. They all been serving us and the institute for much longer than many of you are older now. In fact, Professor Samuelson and Jayaramaiah both joined the institute in 1983. Ms. Padma is senior to them by 2 years. She joined us in 1981. Samuelson has been in the department all through his career. The other two have gone to different places and come and settled in IPC in more recent time. Samuelson joined us in 1983 and served us in all roles, including as chairman for 5 years, from 9 to 14. And then currently is the dean of our institute. Because most of you may have attended the symposium that we organized last week in his honor. Very well. So all of us spoke about him at that time. I would like to thank him, of course his wife, because there was not a Christmas that went by without the cake sent by Mrs. Samuelson. So we thank you both for serving us for almost forever. It's been almost 38 years since Mr. Samuelson joined us. Ms. Padma started in aerospace engineering, this I didn't know until recently. She was doing a project for 1 year, and then she was working on the swimming pool design or something, the ACR games, for a year in aerospace engineering. Then she moved to biochemistry. That was biochemistry lab for some time. And then she was in scheme when all of us got to know her. In fact, all the faculty during the time 1985 to 2013, we interacted with Padma. We were all happy that three ladies, I remember, Sita, Padma, and Annapurna. In fact, most of our schemes went by well thanks to them. So we were very pleased when we heard that Padma decided to transfer to IPC. She came to us in 2013. She had served us various rank. When she came to IPC, she was a UDC. And just about a week or 10 days ago, she has been promoted to supervisor. But there was only the formal recognition the institute gave her. Because from the time she joined us, she has been like the supervisor for IPC office. I didn't realize she was not the supervisor. Recently, I was pleased that finally institute recognized this. Particularly when it comes to staff, our institute is not well known for giving them all that. I am glad in this was case. Jayaramaiah was also in biochemistry. He was in biochemistry from 1983 to 90, and then he came to IPC in 1990. He has also been with us for 38 years. He served us in many different ways. All our labs and offices came by him, and then recently, believe it or not, he was taking care of even preparing the GST certificate. As the nature of the work kept changing, Jayaramaiah was more than willing to adopt. The last couple of years since we went into SAP, Jayaramaiah immediately Jayaramaiah picked up, and then he had a computer. He was preparing the GST report in the recent time. He was taking care of many other things in the last 3 decades in IPC, because he came to IPC in 1990 and served us till 2021. Prior to that, he was in biochemistry. I wish all of them and the family a great time ahead, because you are always welcome back. As you can see, some of our former staff are here. We make it a point to call all of them in this occasion. So you are always welcome back to the department. Thank you all.
Go on, senior.
Sure. Thank you very much, Professor Arunda. I would like to invite Professor Das to give
Now, hold us. Good afternoon, everyone. I have taken away one mask, but I don't want to be maskless, because there are many who actually feel threatened. And in fact, including one of our guest of honors this afternoon, Professor Samuelson. He actually told me a few minutes ago that you speak from downstairs, and if they can't hear, that's better for me. And it's literally true. I'm not actually making up. Okay. So that's why I won't take.
You knew what you were going to say.
So I actually talked about kerosene and its chemistry the other day. And today I am not going to talk about kerosene anymore, but I'll actually tell you the story that went along with kerosene. That is the story of 31 years or 32 years of collaboration with Professor Samuelson. I'm sure that I'm one of the longest collaborators that he had. And it all started, I'm not going to say a few names, but I know all of them. So it started that when Professor Samuelson came to the department, after some time, he was doing, of course, catalysis in organometallic chemistry. But he was actually interested also in molecular electronics, because that was the time when molecular electronics were talked about everywhere, in every corner of chemistry. And he actually, his second project to DST was on molecular electronics. And that was never funded. Unfortunately, a very, very powerful chemist, also an inorganic chemist at that time, he told that he's supposed to do catalysis. How come he is going to do molecular catalysis? No. And that's it. Then it was actually, he probably was determined to do molecular electronics from that point on. So that could have been the trigger. I'm not sure if that was, but. And then we were actually used to meet regularly with students. Both of us will spend every 2 weeks, maybe once a month, but regularly with the students and sort of see what they have done and analyze those data. Once, actually, he wanted a student to take a Moss-Bauer, and the student said that he has taken it. But then he said, just show that data. The student was not able to produce. The next time also in the meeting, he said, he will show that data. Then I figured out that's the time Okay, you have heard all the nice adjectives about him. But that's the time I thought he was determined to see that spectra. And right away he went in one morning to the hostel room of the student. Because the student always said, I must have left it in the hostel. And every time he'll say the same thing. And he actually ended up in the hostel room. And I don't know whether he found the spectra, because that I never found out. But he told me that I went there and, my God, his room was full of papers. so whether he found that spectra there or not, I don't know. But the student graduated. Okay, that I have assured you. And there's another student who was working actually with our project on kerosene and stuff. And another student came and told me, sir, that fellow is not writing thesis. I said, well, he'll write. I mean, we have done a lot of good work and he'll write. He said, no, sir. Another student actually made this comment that, you know, Halley's comet is actually coming to the earth. That was the time of Halley's comet. So that fixes actually the year. And I'm sure the student who actually was involved will probably know if he is listening to this too. Halley's comet is coming, that is true, but when are you going to write your thesis? That was the question that was asked to the student. and also that person graduated. So, and then we were looking for money in those days, and in molecular electronics, we used to have an AICT funding in those days called MODROPS. And many of us actually know what it was. And me and Samuelson will always write one page on nonlinear optical properties of molecules and materials. And that title didn't change on several projects. And all of them are funded actually. And we always used to ask something called scope in that funding. And that scope, so Ashok will tell me, hey, you should write oscilloscope. I said, no, you just write a scope. People will understand it as oscilloscope. And we actually got the money every time. And we used it for various scopes in our. Okay. So I guess we had a very good time in collaborating over so many years. And I have never seen a personal friend. In fact, in good old days of IPC, when we were trying to do many things, when we were young, Ashok was always there. He always supported me, no matter what kind of experiment I tried. Not only molecular nonlinear optics, but for example, that how to find an instructor for a particular course that had to be taught in a given semester, or how to actually set up a lab for students who were coming in the first year and they actually had to do a laboratory before they decided about their advisor, and they are given a full semester to decide that. So we have done all kinds of experiments in those days, and Ashok was always there. He always stood by me. And without him, none of those experiments we could have done. Whether they were right experiments or wrong, that's not the point. The point is that Ashok was always supportive of any change that he thought was progressive. Well, Ashok, thank you very much for standing with me and us for all these years. And of course, Madam, they were our neighbors actually in the institute campus where we stayed, and many times have taken personal help so that she will look after our daughter when we go somewhere and things like that. She has been very nice. She always had this smile that everybody has spoken about last time. Mrs. Padma, I actually knew her from the scheme section. I didn't know whatever Professor Arunan said. I'm sure they're true. But I knew her from the scheme section because in those days when we were trying to set up a lab, going to get many things, we used to always go to the scheme section. And half the time we were in the scheme section. So we knew all of them. And then later on also, when the old faculty club was actually in the bungalow next to the placement center. So that bungalow, there are 3 of them, definitely maybe 4, maybe 5 sometimes. From scheme section will come for tea. And since I drank a lot of tea in this campus, I actually met them all the time. And there'll be Mrs. Padma, Kasturi, Annapurni, and then Sita and Lata. Lata is unfortunately not there anymore, but all of them, some of them, a combination of them will always come for tea. And then when she came to our department, I found something very interesting. But she will always be dropped by Mr. Vasudevan in the morning and will be picked up by him. And sometimes she'll be waiting there, okay, for about 10, 15 minutes. And I thought it was remarkable because at that stage, my wife always tells me 5 minutes is maximum that you can be delayed. And more than that, then, you know. So, but Padma actually never complained. Okay, at least not visibly upset. Let's put it that way. Okay, so I guess like Mr. Vasudevan must have been.
You have to ask him.
And of course Jayaramaiah came to this department after I came, but he was all over the place. You can actually meet Jayaramaiah anywhere in the campus, and sometimes in IPCR. And but that was actually wonderful. I mean, you know, we have all these people who helped us to do good science, to feel like that we are a part of a family, to collaborate, to prosper, to do things that we wanted to do. I actually hope all of them have a very good retired life and they can do things that they have not done so far, like traveling, spending time with their family, children, grandchildren, and also do some social work, and they can keep themselves busy and healthy that way. And wish all of them that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Das, for these interesting stories and for the kind words. After this, I would like to invite Professor Umapati to say a few things.
Because he's gone now. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here today. I must start with Ashok. I think in a way it's sad that he's retiring because he was a legend in many ways. I think it is a whole chapter is finishing in the department for me. Because when we joined, they were the seniors, the youngest lot when I joined the department. Ashok and Vasudevan, of course, PKD. And the first few faculty meetings, when I joined, I think were very quiet meetings. We used to induce occasional push to him because he was senior to us, but we were too young, so they should say something in the meeting. Of course, he always showed his leadership, advising us what to do and stuff. But so over a period of time, of course, we became good friends and learned to deal with people in the institute, in the department. Because those days the department was a different kind. The hierarchy was too strong, and there was always head of the department used to correct the letters written by the faculty before it is forwarded to the director. I mean, that was not the culture that I think we have evolved today. I think that things have changed. And so for me, it's just a chapter finishing with Ashok retiring. One thing he knew is he kept bribing everybody all the time. And he always brought me banana cakes. Whenever I got upset with him, which is, does he give you banana cake?
I took brownie.
No, seriously. Whenever I always meet him, or we keep teasing each other. Easter comes or any Christmas occasion comes, I always tell him, where is my banana cake? So I always get some banana cake at some point. I'm going to miss it, but I'll come to Dr. Nagar, make sure I take my piece. The other thing about this is that, like what PKD was saying.
Take your piece, not his.
Huh?
Take your piece.
Yeah, correct.
Not his piece.
Maybe who knows? But I had trouble with one of my students at some point. I remember sitting and having a conversation with him, saying, I don't know how to handle this. This is too much. I mean, I was also young. Maybe she was 3 or 3rd or 4th of the student. And he said, no, don't worry. I have some interesting molecules I've already made, so you can use them. So luckily, she got a degree in that. But we didn't give me those molecules. I'd be still having problems with those students. Sometimes, faculties, although we are in 2 different domains, but these kind of conversations help stabilizing the problem in the institute. And of course, he has always held the position of chairman of the department, followed by dean. And I don't know what else was waiting, but I guess the time to retire has come. But we enjoyed the company, enjoyed his leadership. So I wish both of you a wonderful retired life. Continue to be active, continue to come to us and spend more time with us. Just that the last couple of years has been pretty bad for all of us in terms of sharing time. And Ms. Padma, of course, what PKD said is correct. One of the few people that we can always pick up the phone and call them and ask this group of Anabhuni, Geeta, and others. It was a pleasure because when we're young faculty, we get stuck with stuff. Papers don't move. We don't know what's going on, so only we can call them. Because they were in the office, they were open-minded to pick up the phone and say, okay, we will do something. And so she's been very helpful right from those days, 90s, early mid-90s. And of course, she came to the department, which was a blessing. As he said, I didn't even know. I thought she was always the supervisor. I had no idea that she was not, even when I was a chairman of the department. So she led with leadership, with compassion, a good leader in the department. And we did quite a bit for the students' women's welfare at that time. And they took leadership, both Geeta and her, spent time with doing things, which is good. These are all social service. Not everybody is willing to spend time on. I think that consciousness is important, which she did. So I thank you for all of that. Thank you for all your support during that time. My best wishes to both of you for a wonderful future and a pleasant, happy, retired life. I think we should start enjoying that more and more. And Jayaramaiah, I can tell, I remember him when he was attendant with Kishore. And then got confirmed, right? I remember that time. And I used to be in charge of attendance, chasing all these guys all the time. Though I was an assistant professor, I was asked to take care of the attendance at that time. So every day we used to put rosters, what to do, and where they are. And with time, he started taking more responsibilities outside the department as well. I think you were in the union for some time, right? Yes. So he was taking some responsibility. Difficult to catch him sometimes, but it was something. But you can always, when you find him, give him something to do, you get it done, which is important, which is necessary. And many a times we do not understand. I think the younger people particularly have to realize that anything that we achieve in life, whether we receive awards, publish a paper, and it's people like Mrs. Padma and all these people who actually contribute in the background to keep the system going. And Jayaramaiah bringing liquid nitrogen is extremely important because you have to keep the lab running. If he's not there, if the lab is not running, we don't produce data. And these are all something nobody notices, but these things happen in the background. And I always said, even to Professor Rao, when he was director, I remember he was asking me about the institute. I always said that we must recognize these people because their contribution to the success of the institute is never well spoken. I think there must be a mechanism to do that. And I thank you again for all your support. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Samuelson, for these interesting stories. Now I'd like to invite Mr. RK.
Firstly, let me thank the department for giving me this opportunity to be here. It's not easy to. It's not easy to have people leave the family. Sorry, is that right?
Yeah.
It's not easy to have people leave the family. That's what you're all doing. You're leaving the IPC family. IPC is a unique place, and when I joined the department, like many of us, I think Umar and I joined the same year. There was Samuelson, Vasudevan, E.K. Das, and Akhil Chakravarti. These were the four sort of mid-career folks there. And the rest of them were quite senior, whom we used to call Professor So them we quickly, initially we used to call them also professor, but then we quickly moved on to realize that they're roughly in our generation, a little ahead. But so they became friends, much more friendly than the rest of them. And as I said the other day, IPC is unique in many ways. I think we really are a family. We treat everybody like a family, and I think that's an attractive. So I have often thanked myself that I'm glad that I found a place at IIS personally. It's just being at the right time at the right place, I think. And more importantly, among the departments in the institute, I was really happy that I belonged to IPC. I think this is not an exaggeration at all, because I think IPC has a particular culture, and I think most of our colleagues and members of our department actually imbibe a little bit of that culture over time. So, and I think Ashok is, that day I told, is really an embodiment of that culture in so many ways. And Ashok and I have been great friends, and I would miss Ashok as a friend and as a colleague very much, formally superannuates. And like many others have said, I told the other day also, Ashok and I have attempted collaboration several times. I think we will continue to attempt something as we go along. But we've attempted collaboration many times. In fact, we wrote a proposal which Reliance did not think was good enough to fund. I think their pockets were very tight. Not the proposal was the proposal. We spent time and wrote a decent proposal and asked, I think, 40 lakhs. They wanted us to get into ethylene polymerization. Ethylene polymerization, it's a gas, so it requires putting up an infrastructure. So Ashok and I wrote something up, and I thought it was quite neat. We were thinking of understanding chain walking mechanism a bit better. But instead of chain walking, I think I started walking with Ashok for lunch on a regular basis, which was just a wonderful and continues to be. Today also I walk with him, so it continues to be a really cherishing moments of my stay here at IIS. So, Ashok, thank you very much for all the wonderful company and enjoyable company, and for all the wonderful scientific discussions. And like others have said too, Shakuntala and our family have enjoyed each other's company a lot. I too have enjoyed the goodies that you send regularly on a yearly basis, and you're just a fantastic baker. Your items are just really outstanding. And we really look forward, like Uma was joking, but as soon as Ashok comes with a dabba, it's like, wow, this is good. These wonderful goodies during faculty meetings. So it's a real pleasure knowing you, and you are a unique person on so many ways, and given so much joy to so many people. So thank you very much, and it's a pleasure. Padma, as I said the other day, I think she's been a fantastic addition to the department. And like both my predecessors said, I know Padma from the time when we were, all of us have to run around. In the early days, you need to get to know people in the office. Young people, you should know everything doesn't happen without moving. You should, move, get to know people in the administration. And that really stands, it helps you a lot. Actually knowing people who are actually working in the administration by name, by direct contact, and them knowing you is very critical. Once you establish a relationship with them, then you can pick up the phone and call. Things will get done. But to establish that relationship, you need to first go and meet people. So sometimes young faculty who come and join expect everything to happen over the phone. It doesn't happen as effectively. That's the bottom line. You need to go and meet people. And as they said, there were a 4 or a 5 some. When we used to meet, correct, Pushpindu was right. I just now only recall when he said we used to meet them. Their tea timing used to coincide very much with our tea time. IPC was known for a long time for the tea. This is something that was unique. IPC was almost the entire department. So we have made fun of many times, saying that who was there in the department? All of us would be going for tea at around 10:30. And what used to happen is at that time, meeting them, we were hoping that we'll meet them at tea because there will be things that need to be done. You know, oh, this paper is there. So we all of us will remember things that need to be done. So meet them. They will engage with us and say, look, what happened to this? You know, can you fix this? So we used to all the time do that. So we used to look forward to meeting them at tea so that we can get that work also done. So I think this is really true. And Pushpendu said, now I remember that. So they've been great. And so, Padma, thank you very much for choosing to come to IPC. I think you had the choice and you were given the choice when you had to transfer. And good that you could come to IPC because I think, you know, maybe it is the culture that brought you here. I hope. Because that news about the culture of IPC being distinct may be going around. So I think, so it's really nice that you could come. Vasudevan, thank you for coming. And I think, and I didn't realize that, but you said the right thing. I think it's been a wonderful company. So, Jayaramaiah, like Uma said, we've had the pleasure of having you work in our lab many times. Since it is always on rotation, we get to work with all people, all of them. And Jayaramaiah, I think what many people have said is right. If we get him, he would get the work done. I think that is something nice. But later on, just so that I could get him, I got his cell number. So I used to call him on cell and actually say, look, I need this done. So that was something that was good. So without too much delay, I would like to wish all of you a wonderful post-formal working period. I think life is divided into multiple domains. One is work for money, and the second is work for free. So I think work for pleasure, very true, work voluntary. And I think that's a wonderful way to look at life. I mean, you don't stop working. I mean, now that everything, by the time you're near retirement, all your needs for the money to settle the family is all pretty much over. So it's a great time to actually start doing things where money is not the real criteria, but deriving pleasure from serving. So I think it's a good time to think about those things. At least I've been thinking about. Mine is also not too far. It's coming along. In fact, I was asking Ashok, I said, do you know how much we take home in the pension? Suddenly somebody asked me this, I had no idea. So, but it looks decent, so I think we'll be quite happy. So, going home.
Okay, just hope that the government will give some year.
Yeah. So thank you very much and thank you for the opportunity to say these things and wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aki. Now I'd like to invite Rupa ma'am.
When I joined IPC department 2005. I was working for Mopati sir and then Arunan sir and Sampat sir as a secretary. That time onwards I knew Professor AGS. So I don't know much about Professor AGS. Once he organized international conference. So that time I involved his this thing. That time I came to know a bit about him. Otherwise, I don't know about other things. Only thing I know about, he used to give every year that Christmas cake and all. In fact, I asked Madam, will you teach me one day? I'll come to your home. I asked her. He told, okay, fine, you can come and she will teach you like that. But I'm very happy. He's very joyful and then interactive person, very calm and then this thing. That much only I can tell about him. Thank you. About Madam, everybody told, I also knew from scheme section only. I used to go with UCSC and then post-facto bills, everything. Whenever I go, she used to solve the problems. Not like this, you do like this and all. So I learned so many things from her during scheme section. After coming here, I learned many things. She is very helpful. And then not only professionally, we have enhanced our personal skills also. If you ask anything apart from work also, she used to support us and she is all the time with us for everything. So like that. And Jayaramaiah sir used to come to labs and all to do the work, as others told. Very difficult to catch him. So we used to call him. Once he is there, he used to do everything. And after coming to office, he gave GST, this thing, that and all he used to do very well. And I hope everybody will enjoy your retirement life peacefully and then enjoy with your grandchildren, children, kids, like that. Thank you, sir, giving such a good opportunity to talk to them.
Thank you so much, Rupa.
Yeah.
I think students have prepared a presentation.
You can also spread, or of course you can picture us. You can, yeah, you can. Or you can just come through.
Around the table.
Okay, sir. No problem.
Now, can you turn off the lights close to them?
Okay.
Hello, Padma ma'am. I would like to say we found a very, very strong person in you. Yet, you are compassionate. You took care of all of us, um, you know, very well. We are going to miss you a lot. Please take care of yourself.
Hello, I remember the date. It was 1st January 2019 when for the first time I went to the IPC office for the completion of my PhD formalities, PhD admission formalities, and there was Padma ma'am. She welcomed us with a chocolate and her ever charming smile, saying Happy New Year and welcome to the department. Uh, since then, I have found her always so helpful for all of us. We'll miss you, ma'am, and we just want to wish you a very happy and healthy life ahead.
Hi, Padma Madam is retiring. I first got to know her when I joined in the department long back, and so it was like someone in the office was always sitting with a helping hand, basically. And then with many other things like comprehensive and other things, I got to know her more, and she was always sitting there with a smile and trying to help us out from any problem and make the process very smooth. I would like to mention that I was in CSR scheme, and in those times actually the CSR scheme moved from institute's hand to the direct bank transfer mode in Delhi, and we were facing lot of troubles. And she also became one of the warrior with us to make the fellowship regular and process the things properly. I will never forget that thing actually. And what more, and obviously I would always see that my friends were scratching their heads with different sort of issues in other departments, but we were never knowing that such issues at all exist. Those were only because of her. Basically, she used to process the things at her own smoothly. And what more, I would like to always thank her for everything what she did for us silently and smoothly. And obviously during my no dues time, I was not present physically here due to some emergency, and she made everything very smooth, and I didn't have to face any sort of problem. And that was in the Thursday and Friday in the weekend. So that was also, it was only because of her that was possible. So I would like to thank ma'am for everything that you gave us, and wish you healthy and enjoyable life after your retirement. All the best, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, this is Nandini. I graduated from this department in 2020 from Professor A.R. Chakravarti's group. I'm very honored to be a part of today's program, and I wholeheartedly thank Rupa for calling me and giving me the opportunity to say a few words to and for Padma ma'am on one of the most important days of her life. The first thing that comes to my mind when I think of Padma ma'am is how graceful she is. She is clearly one of the most elegant women I have ever come across. She exudes a certain calmness that sort of pacified me many times during my stay in IISc. Be it any scholarship issue or anything to do with the logistics of some events being organized in our department, we would run to IPC office and bug her a lot. She would always give a patient hearing. She always had our back and helped the best she could. Sometimes, when things were not in her control, even then, she made sure that we go to the right places, to the right people to get our problems resolved as soon as possible. We relied on them so much so that we could happily forget to sign the monthly fellowship registrar. Because we knew that she would make sure that we are reminded before 10th of every month. She would make sure that we don't go penniless. So knowing that people like her are there in IPC office, made our lives much more easier. We knew that they would take care of most of the formalities so that we could focus on our work better. Now that I don't get to see her, I miss seeing her ever smiling face and the fragrant flowers she used to clip onto her hair. I believe she does that now also. Ma'am, I don't want to take more time, but I want you to know that you have been an integral part of many of our lives, and you will continue to be so, no matter where we go or where you are. Today, I want you to wish a very happy, healthy, and joyful life ahead with your family. And I wish your smile never fades away. Stay happy. Lots of love.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Umesh, a PhD alumni from Professor P. Thilagar's lab, IPC. Congratulations on this new phase of your life. Happy retirement. Hopes and plans come true. Thank you very much for managing IPC office responsibilities nicely for such a long time and helping students like us. You never left anything on pending. You have always cleared each bill or files on time. A PhD student can learn one thing from you: how to keep data, files, and papers. Wishing you a healthy post retirement life. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Hello Padma ma'am. Congratulations on your retirement and welcome to the next chapter of your life. So when I was told to deliver some message on your felicitation, the first thought came into my mind was the glance of the moment when you were scolding me of not signing the scholarship attendance sheet. So I remember you saying, should I stop your scholarship? Something like that. So that was, I'm going to miss those things. So all the paperwork involving the IPC office went very smoothly all these years because of your what's a mind-blowing contribution. So thank you for making our work easier, and congratulations again. We are going to miss you.
Hello Padma ma'am. Hello everyone. I am Kritika, PhD student from Professor Mukesh sir's lab, 2013 to 2019 batch. And I remember of my memories of Padma ma'am is whenever I used to go to office and I used to say that ma'am some document is missing, can you please find it and give me a Xerox? Ma'am would remember exactly where is my file, where is the document placed in that file, and it would like magically appear from her closet and I will get my document whichever I required. So, ma'am, you have been very helpful also all these years. And it was our official formalities or whatever requirements were, whatever processes were there, they actually smoothened out because of your presence. So, thank you for being so supportive and wish you all the best for the future journey.
Thank you, Padma ma'am, for being so kind, helpful, and for being so patient while you are solving our problems. Thank you for everything and have a good life, Padma ma'am.
Hello, Padma ma'am. Happy retirement. Thank you for always helping us out. We'll certainly miss you. Stay happy and healthy always. Bye bye.
Hello, ma'am. It's good to connect to you on such a special day. Congratulations on successfully completing so many years at IPC. I'm sure IPC office will no longer be the same. Thank you for maintaining such a homely atmosphere in the office. Personally, I would like to thank you for always helping me in any fellowship related issues or any official documentation. Whenever there was any problem, you have dealt it in a very calm and composed manner. That is something to learn. Apart from that, the office was never a place for only official work or documentation. I would always cherish the chit chats we had before any event. I wish your life will be as cheerful as it were earlier. Please be happy and be healthy. Thank you, ma'am. Be happy, stay healthy. Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Congratulations, ma'am, for your retirement. Wish you your retail life filled with happiness, fun, relaxations, and hope for your best health. Thank you, ma'am. I'll miss you. Best wishes, ma'am, for your retirement. May your all retirement dream come true. Stay safe, good health, and we will miss you. Thank you for your continuous support. आपने बहुत हेल्प की. Many congratulations, ma'am, on your retirement life. Wish you all the best and a happy and healthy life. Please enjoy your time properly with your family. Ma'am, will miss you.
Hello everyone. Hi Padma ma'am. I wish you from my side and from all the members of PKD Lab a very happy and healthy retirement life ahead. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all helping all of us throughout these years and making our life so hassle free and so easy. Because whenever we walk into the IPC department and talk to you, most of our problems are solved. I will miss your presence and your vibrant smile whenever I'll go to the IPC department. And I really like the way you work. I like your efficiency and your organized approach. I remember once I visited to IPC office for after my comprehensive to upgrade from JRF to SRF. I asked Padma ma'am what I need to do. She asked me to wait for 2 seconds and she took a file in which there were like for each student there whatever documents they have submitted earlier, a copy was maintained in a very chronological way. So I was really impressed by the maintenance of the records and how efficiently she solves our problems. Whenever we tell her, ma'am, this we need to do, she will write it down and the next day it will be done. So this whole thing made our life so easy. And I once again I want to wish you stay safe. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for helping all of us throughout the years. Thank you.
Hello, Padma ma'am. How are you? I hope that you're doing very good. So, first of all, I would like to congratulate you on your retirement. I wish you a very happy and healthy retirement, ma'am. Congratulations. So, there are many incidents, there are many things that I would like to mention, but the first thing is that everyone knows that working in a laboratory is not just enough to earn a degree. Help from you, from the IPC staff was always needed. So I am so very thankful to you, ma'am, for all the help that you have provided to me and to all the former members of Professor AGS Laboratory. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I remember whenever I used to come to the IPC office, I used to meet you first, and you always entertain all my queries, all my questions with a big smile on your face. And also, I remember we used to sign on the attendance register for monthly stipend. And once I appeared late, and I asked, "Ma'am, where is the register?" And you said, "No, Lakshya, you are late. You are not allowed to sign." I said, "Please, ma'am." Then you said, "Okay, this time I am allowing you." But then you gave me a polite warning that next time you have to be on time. So there are many other incidents that I would like to mention, but since this message has to be short and crisp, so I again congratulate you, ma'am, on your retirement. Stay safe, ma'am. Have fun. Thank you, guys. Bye, ma'am.
Dear Padma ma'am, congratulations on your retirement. You have always ensured the smooth functioning of the departmental activities and also been an essential part to carry out the beckon tasks. We appreciate your time and efforts. Not only this, I do recall that whenever we would meet, you could tell by looking at my face if I am doing well, and you would then ask me if I am okay. These gestures coming from you mean a lot, and I hope that you also have some great memories from this department that you are taking with you. Enjoy your permanent weekend and hope that you keep growing as this nice person.
I joined the department 2 years ago in Dr. Veerbhadra Rao's lab. My sir himself had joined the institute as a new faculty member around the same time. So we both of us were actually new in the institute and new to the department. So we always required some administrative help in figuring out the things. So Padma ma'am always was there to help us out. We cannot thank her enough for being so patient with us. She always has been so calm and composed while explaining to us the different procedures we need to do. I remember how she used to tell me every time I go to the office that, "How's your family? How are you feeling?" when I was not able to talk to family for a long time. Uh, I really thank you uh, for all your help. I hope you'll have a wonderful time here afterwards. I hope you'll enjoy the adventures that you have planned for the future. And I hope the years that are come yet to come, they are filled with the joy for you. Thank you so much.
All the best, ma'am. Stay happy and stay healthy.
Hi everyone, I am Dr. Naraj Sivakrishna. I completed my PhD in 2017. Currently, I am working for NIT Andhra Pradesh. During my PhD time, Professor Samuelson sir and Padma ma'am, Jayaraman sir working in IPC department. I had benefited with their association a lot. Particularly Professor Samuelson sir, whenever I had research related issues, I used to rush to his cabin. He never said no to me. Even we published a paper, Journal of Cell Molecular Medicine, that was only possible because of his inputs. Thank you, sir, for your help. Definitely, will students like me will be missing is your teaching inputs and research inputs. Um, Padma ma'am, she was very helpful, hardworking. She never said no to help us, particularly whenever I had scholarship related issues or lab related bills and all. She used to do it carefully, and she was very hardworking in terms of arranging particularly comprehensive examinations and taking care of each and everything. So we students like us benefited a lot from her service also. Jayaraman sir, whenever we had any lab related issues, we used to rush to him. He used to come and help us. So now all of three are retiring. Definitely department will be losing their experience. So, but other hand, they will be getting enough time to spend with their family members. I would like to say um, happy retirement life. All the very best for your future endeavors. Thank you all of three. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, everybody. I am Prabha, an ex-IPCN. I retired in 2013. Many of you may not know me. I came to know that Mrs. Padma Vasudevan is retiring this July. She's a good friend of mine. We have spent time together. We have taken part in many cultural programs like International Women's Day, etc. I wish to congratulate her for her long years of service in the Institute. I hereby wish her a very happy, peaceful, and a pleasant retired life. Padma, I always cherish our friendship. Good luck to you, Padma. Professor AGS, sir, good evening. How are you, sir? I understand that you are retiring this July. My hearty congratulations to you, sir, for your valuable service in the department. I am thankful to you for all the support I got while in service. My best wishes to you for a happy, peaceful, and pleasant retired life, sir. Sir, kindly convey my regards to the rest of the faculty in the department. Sir, thank you. ಹಲೋ ಜಯರಾಮಯ್ಯ, ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ? ನೀವು ಈ ಜುಲೈಗೆ ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆಗ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು. ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಜೀವನ ಶಾಂತಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಸುಖಮಯವಾಗಿರಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹಾರೈಸ್ತೀನಪ್ಪ. ಗುಡ್ ಲಕ್ ಟು ಯು.
Play the other one next. Prof.
It was very wonderful to see this photo. And I'd like to invite if anyone would like to speak something about the case Padma ma'am of it.
Anyone from the audience? Sir. Oh.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನಾನು IPC ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಇಲ್ಲ.
Thank
You come there or can I go?
Oh, tell me. Yeah, so we're cutting. We have started, and our carbon sulfur finished. Yeah. No, it's a tricky sample set. Like Thursday only. Well, morning I discussed, no? Morning I discussed with you. Yes, and again mechanical analysis. These people.
Just press B. If you press B, it will make it blank. Computer.
Okay.
Good evening, and thank you to all of you for making my day so great. So, respected chairman, faculties, students, and all my colleagues, I am thankful to you all at the IPC department for making my journey so memorable. It's just like a family for me, which I am going to miss definitely. I enjoy my stay without any this one. I would like to say that I enjoying my stay in IPC. My association with ISC has been from 1981, starting with aerospace, biochemistry, CSSP, and finally I have come to IPC department. Each day spent in this campus is really memorable and unforgettable. I have discharged my duties in whichever role I have been given to the best of my ability and satisfaction. My duration in schemes was the highest. It was the longest one. It was for about 28 years. And this has really helped me to enhance my professional life and taught me how to deal with all situations. I'm really thankful for that. And the interactions with the faculties during this period really helped me, gave me a great exposure to enhance my working knowledge. I'm thankful to all the faculties for that. I really enjoyed especially the interactions I get always from the IPC department. And of course, when I was given a choice for choosing the department, I happily chose IPC department. I wish to thank my all my superiors and all my colleagues in CSSP who helped me and supported me in all sorts of work that I was associated. My association with IPC for the past 8 years is very short and memorable. It gives me a great pleasure to say that I reported to IPC with Professor Samuelson as the chairman, and I'm retiring with him. Here, I would like to mention An interesting fact for me, okay, when I was transferred to IPC department, and before I could report to the department, I met Professor Ramakrishnan, who was the divisional chairman at that time. So he said that I'm happy that you're coming to IPC. I know you're a good worker. But one thing I would like to advise you when it comes to students is that you will, when you deal with the students, you will have to reach out to them with a smiling and a pleasant face and with a lot of patience, because they will be coming in different moods. So while they are approaching you, and they will be coming with expecting only solutions to their problems. I assured him I will definitely do the best of my ability to help them to keep happy. Thank you, sir, for your guidance, and I hope I have kept up my assurance.
Sure you have.
Thank you.
We heard from the students.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I'm thankful to Ms. Valsala and her team for helping me to start my journey in IPC. So when I came here, she was the only one who was there for me. Okay. I also thank all our chairmen, Professor Samuelson, Professor P.K. Das, Professor Umapati, Professor Arunan, for all your kind support and help to me during my stay in IPC. Thank you, all of you. I am thankful to all the faculties, students, and all my colleagues for their kind support, cooperation, and tolerating me. My special thanks to my present office staff, Rupa and Manjula, for their timeless support, without which it would have been very difficult for me to work. And of course, I cannot forget Varalakshmi and Murthy for their kind help and support they rendered, and relishing the kashaya and the tea during the pandemic was really delicious. So, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ವರಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ, ಮೂರ್ತಿ, ಇಬ್ರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. And
We don't serve
so my lunchtime and tea time companions are not to be forgotten here. It's a memorable time I enjoyed and will definitely cherish this and miss you all. Thank you, Dr. Geetharani, Shabeen, Padma, Princey, Rupa, Manjula. As all of us know, every starting has to have an ending. So my 4 decades of association with IASC, which is so memorable and forgettable, is coming to an end. I thank all of you whom I came across in this journey and who helped and supported me directly or indirectly in any way, whatever it is. Here I express my special thanks to my husband and daughter for their timely support to me in all fields, without which I could not have completed my journey for so many decades. Last but not the least, I once again thank each and every one of you present here who are attending virtually also, with a request to kindly forgive me if I have unknowingly hurt anyone, and my sincere apologies to this. Thank you all. Good wishes.
Greeting to all those who are gathered here and those who are on.
Let me know when to share.
Online. You can share this link. Actually, Arunan has been encouraging me to share some a slideshow which I have not finished yet. So it's an unfinished story.
He was planning to show it last week. So
yeah, but a lot of work in other places prevented me from finishing it. I will eventually finish it and probably post it someplace. So if you put in the slideshow mode. So everything is not here. So you have to forgive me if your name is not here. I forgot to put so Mapati's.
I'm just watching.
So this is an ongoing tussle that we have in the department. Yeah, it'll come. Okay. Yeah. So
No,
let me
1980 was not born.
1983, I would not want somebody saying.
Let me first say that I came to IPC in 77 for summer school. That was my first introduction to IPC. Professor DNS was my professor, and Professor Patel was the chairman, CC Patel. And IPC is like a family. The reason I mention that is because he put his arms around me like this and guided me to Professor DNS's lab. That was the way he took care of the summer students. I'm sure he did this to everybody. So I consider it a great privilege to be in IPC, to work in IPC all these years, and I have enjoyed it thoroughly. There's nothing else that I could have hoped for. I never thought of going elsewhere because IPC was such a great place to work in. And first, let me start by, I'm not started it. Let me start by congratulating and wishing Mrs. Padma and Jayaramaiah a very long and happy retired life, and wish their families all the best in the years to come. So this is just to say that I want to thank all my students. I think this picture was taken in 2009 when we had our alumni meet, and I have these two are my first students. These two are my first students. Murthy was actually my first student but graduated second. Barua was my second student, he graduated first. And they literally had to build the lab from scratch. Maybe Thomas here would know those days. We used to come back at 10 o'clock at night in lungis and clean the lab because there was no help to get the lab scrubbed and clean. And my first lab was where Professor Sampath is working right now, where they have the upstairs lab. Okay, next slide. You can. Yeah, these are my. This slide I put up. This is Kalyan Raman, the only student who did a master's project with me. He's an integrated PhD student. He had to undergo a kidney transplant, and unfortunately, before he finished his PhD with Professor J. Chandrasekhar, he passed away. But all my other students around, you have seen some of them recently. I have taken some photographs from the times. I missed a few people who were both photo shy and did not appear in the photographs for various reasons. They didn't turn up at that time, so I guess I missed some of them. This is taken where Professor Arunan's office is. Next slide. All the other pictures are from the Founders' Day celebrations. So Professor Arunan said, why don't you show this picture? So you can, we'll just scroll through all of them. Every year we used to take one picture. I wish you had told me this. Yeah, so it was good fun for us to go through this. We had a good time. This was my last picture with the group. And this is how my group has changed. For everybody, I do not have a picture before and after, but you can see how they have changed. The bottom row is how they look now. Top row is when they were a student. Some of them have not changed, but some of them have changed quite a bit. This picture again, just to remind me, I have not put everybody's name here. I want to thank all the office staff. When I joined, the three people who were prominent in the office were Sriram, Satyanarayana, Mrs. Girija, and I don't know whether Narayanappa joined at that. I was there at that time or not, but he joined later. They were there in this old office that used to be the office. Then later on, it was succeeded by Subramania, Prabha, Valsala, and Narayanappa. And of course, now we have, this is Padma, Rupa, and Manjula. Over the years, different people have taken over. I want to thank the office staff because IPC office staff were out of the world. I don't think we have had at any time, anybody can complain about our office staff. They were fantastic people. We had a fantastic workshop I mentioned earlier, but it had glass blowers, machine shop, and carpentry. In fact, the table that I had, we cannot buy table and chair in those days. Later on, Professor Umapati came and changed the rules, but but in those days we couldn't buy. And the carpentry shop actually made my table once I got some money. And there are a lot of people. I have put only a few people here. Machine shop, Thomas is right here. I've not put his name also. Thomas was one of the chief people in the machine shop. Achari, and there are a few more people. I think I could not get their names immediately, so I just have not put down everybody. I'll do that a little later. Lab helpers, I think all of these people were there in my lab. You can see Jayaramaiah's name also. Our lab helpers never said no. If you had something to do and we asked them, they would help. Same thing with the workshop. They were very helpful. In those days, we used to get our vacuum pumps repaired. So many things done right here in our IPC workshop.
So who was the lab helper who used to put newspaper? No, before we are an older person in the
Raju.
Raju is missing.
No. I put only I have put only the names of people who worked in my.
It's Bhairagoda.
Oh, in your lab.
According to rotation.
Okay.
Ashoka, it's Bhairagoda, not Bhairapa.
Oh, Bhairagoda. Sorry. I'll correct that. Okay. Secretarial staff. I had several secretaries. I've used to go through them fairly rapidly, partly because I was very impatient person. Right now, the person who is putting up with me is Padma. She has been helping me. I want to thank all of them. Then contract staff. This is Varalakshmi's name should be here. Contract staff, Mr. Murthy, Yashoda, Kasturi, and two other people were there. I could not get their names. I have not put them down yet. They were also very helpful. That idea came from one of the ex-chairs. So let me say a big thanks to all the chairs. All the chairs have put up with me. That starts with Professor Paivarnekar. After that, it was Professor Satyanarayana, Professor Krishnan, Professor Krishnamurthy, Professor Kishore, Professor DNS. And then after Professor DNS, it was A.R. Chakravarti, Professor KLS. And then after KLS, it was, I think, did he help you? Or? I think after KLS, it was me. And then, of course, I helped myself. Yes, that's right. Then Professor P.K. Das, and after Professor P.K. Das, it was Professor Umapati, and then after Professor Umapati, it was Professor Aruna. So that's where we are. I have taken extra from the department with all the chairs' help. They always used to help me. This used to be the infamous coffee club. The next slide first. We used to meet in the staff club. And as Professor Arnan, someone mentioned, this used to be a real irritation for many people because the whole department will be there. This is one day when I happened to have the camera, and we had to take multiple pictures to get everybody in because it was a very big table. Get a double table. We used to combine, put two tables together and sit because that was the number of people we used to have. Okay. I'll go back 2 slides and then, so this coffee club split later on. And then we had to go to the staff club, which was in one side, and the other group went to the opposite side. We now go to a place near CDP. And in the evening, we don't miss the time in faculty club. So Professor Arun and I and Professor Jagirdar, these 3 people go 2 times. Once in the morning to the east and then in the evening to the west. We don't miss out. So we had other members of the department, other members from other departments. Professor Siddharth is here. Professor Natarajan also used to join us. Next slide. Next one. I attended very few conferences, but Professor Arnan was very keen on attending many conferences. This was a unique conference where Professor Arnan joined and kindly invited me, and one conference I really enjoyed. It's just one picture I thought I'll put. Next slide. This is again back to the alumni meet. We have some people who are faculty members in other institutes. From IPC, we have generated a lot of leaders. This is Professor C.S. Swami from IIT Madras. And we have also produced a lot of people in other fields. You may not know, some of you may not know that we have people from aerospace who come from IPC PhD in aerospace, IPC PhD civil engineering, IPC PhD metallurgy. So our department is a fantastic department, very versatile. And of course, instrumentation and service center also, Professor Menon was there. So our department is a super duper department. I always keep saying that. Next slide. These are my teachers. I would like to thank them. My mother also happened to be my teacher. She was a chemistry professor. Professor C.N. Pillai is from IIT Madras. Professor Carpenter is my PhD supervisor, actual supervisor. Professor Roald Hoffman has been my mentor since my master's. When I started writing to him when I was an MSc student, and he will handwrite his letters handwritten. And many of you know that he is not a, I mean, he's a busy person, but still he would handwrite his letters. Next slide. Of course, I have to thank my family, my wife. I get a lot of credit for all the cake she makes. All I do is just carry it and bring it. Sorry?
It's like the pujaris at God.
So I'm very thankful to her for always supporting me. She will always give the idea that, why don't you do this? So thanks to my family, they have put up, they have missed some holidays because of me, probably missed many things. And I am very thankful to IISc. It doesn't say IISc anywhere here, but this is the diversity that you find in IISc. There's a few of the photographs that I have taken. This is the huge beehive which was here, right here, next to the place where we are sitting. Those of you in the lecture hall cannot see it, but this wasp hive had to be moved very carefully, and we had a technical person come and smoke it out. Other pictures, of course, are in different parts of the campus. I want to thank every person, all the faculty members. I already thanked them once, but I think my stay here has been pleasant because of, has been wonderful because of all the help that people have done, not just in IPC, but also, like I said, in other departments in IISc. I have taken help from every place, and I have also worked in different places in the institute, including, I don't think many people know this, I was in charge of the library for some time, library in charge. And so I have enjoyed my stay in different capacities, but the best, of course, has been my association with IPC. Because of time, I'm going to stop here. My heartfelt thanks. Of course, I have failed far short of my own goals, what I have set for myself in terms of various aspects, and I crave your forgiveness, and in case I have given you trouble sometimes, I'm not really smiling. So we used to fight a lot. In fact, Professor RK and I, and Professor Pigadas and I have probably the greatest number of arguments. We all walk together, but we fight the whole time. So, but we have very heated discussions, and we have always enjoyed the time of discussion because we have benefited from that kind of discussion and benefited from one another's ideas. And I can always say,
well, I can add,
yes.
Honestly, having seen few departments now, that is probably the strength of IPC. Having a strong discussion, disagreements, and then walk out and still be friends and enjoy life. I don't think it happens anywhere else in any other department. Not only in the institute, even outside. People carry grudges,
yes.
Complain, but I think a strength of IPC is that's where it always helped.
I have to also thank Professor Vasudevan because he was the first person.
Your partner in crime.
He calls Professor Vasudevan partner in crime. But Professor Vasudevan was the person who had to keep me in his room because there was no place for me to sit when I came in. And he took me around the campus and also told me a lot of things about Bangalore when I started. So thanks to Professor Vasu in case he's listening. Otherwise, he can listen to the recording, I guess. Thank you so much, everybody. Stop here.
The students and our officers made a handmade shawl for Ms. Padma. I request Rupa, why don't they come to the camera?
Okay.
I request Rupa to give it to Ms. Padma. Well, it's not handmade, it's a signature.
For you, it will be like that.
As you can see, Ms. Padma has made a lot of research on
Wait 1 second, we will just turn this off. That way others can see.
Yes.
That's it. Both of them. As you can see, Ms. Padma has made a lot of impact on the students. She's done better than what
From
the
each lab, students have written. We made it like this.
It's just a small.
Thank you all of you. Thank you so much. I feel honored. Thank you so much.
Snacks.
Thank you very much for joining us in this pleasant field. And
collect the snacks.
Yes, please collect snacks from the lecture hall.
Lecture hall and some of them here. There are some snacks here also. Thank you all. We close the meeting. You returned already? Hey, useless.